They had Margaret passed away in 1996, and Alan's number followed in 2007. So that's it, friends. When you think about this story, what would you do if you were in this man's shoes or those of his family? Give the video a thumbs up if you liked it. See you soon. Bye. I've been a preacher for more than 30 years. I've studied the book of Genesis many, many times in churches all around the world, and I've trained pastors in the skills of interpreting texts. And it's very clear they're not stories about gods, they're stories about the powerful ones in the Bible, and the sky people, the Anunnaki, in the Sumerian tablets. In 1896, eminent scholar denied the heresy, but fired and was tenured in 1896. Although a devout Christian and a Baptist pastor, the authorities considered that his papers had struck at the very roots of two religions, Christianity and Judaism. One manuscript had done wrong was read the Sumerian, Babylonian, and Assyrian texts and notice that they were full of fascinating parallels, stories that occurred there that were uncannily similar to all the stories and beginnings of the Bible. Stories like Adam and Eve, the fall, Cain and Abel, blood, the missing of human life, the event of the Tower of Babel, and Schmidt's work demonstrated that the Sumerian accounts of those that followed in from nearly 6,000 years ago were in all probability the source of all those familiar biblical stories. Now that was a problem in the 1890s because if you think about it, the church was still reading the after effects of Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species and was busy putting together new doctrinal bases, doctrines of biblical heresy to shore up the ship. So the idea that the Bible might actually be based on somebody else's stories was a bit of an embarrassment. It shouldn't have been, because Judaism and Christianity both find their roots in the story of a Sumerian family, the family of Abraham and Sarah. Abraham and Sarah grew up and spent the best part of their lives in Ur of the Chaldees, a Sumerian culture. And so when they emigrated from there, it's hardly surprising that they would carry with them all the stories and beginnings that they had grown up with, and sow them into the foundations of what was to become their culture, their religion, and their Bible. And so it shouldn't be a surprise that in the Bible we have a summary version of all these stories that differ Sumerian, Babylonian, and Assyrian texts. The problem and the shock horror is that the original versions, the Sumerian versions of these stories, make no mention of God at all. In the Sumerian originals, these are stories of our ancestors' contact with another species, the species called the Anunnaki. Could Judaism and Christianity's familiar stories of God really be the retelling of our ancestors' close encounters with extraterrestrials? The cuneiform tablets, which had fascinated Nathaniel Schmidt, were first unearthed in the 1500s as colonial powers began to excavate the ancient sites of Mesopotamia. Over the decades that followed, some 200,000 clay tablets were uncovered. moment, because if you thought that corporations rivaling nation states was something new, take a look at the East India Tea Company, a tea company that is able to move a standing army around the world and that trains the armies of nation states. That's quite a tea company. In fact, Robinson's presence in Iran wasn't part of a quid pro quo for trading rights. He was there for access to the district of Behistun. He wanted to find the Behistun inscription. The Behistun inscription was an ancient royal proclamation carved into a cliff face. It was written in three known languages: Persian, Elamite, and Akkadian, which was the common language of the Mesopotamian cultures. The inscription expressed all three languages in cuneiform script. It was the translation key that cuneiform tablets had been waiting for. The memories of Mesopotamia's ancient cultures were suddenly an open book. Glyphs were not mere decoration after all. They were banking records, business agreements, shopping lists, contracts, recipes, inventories, oil histories, and the most ancient narrative in the history of the world. It was in these ancient narratives that the source of the Bible's familiar stories began to emerge. At an academic level, Nathaniel Schmidt was in good company. He was one of a small number who began confronting us with this new layer of our history. I should mention, just to reassure you, that shortly after Colgate University fired him, he did get a new job with Cornell University, professor of Semitic languages there for full 36 years. So he did land on his feet. His work continued to argue that the cuneiforms reveal that our earliest histories are not about God, they are about our prehistoric contact with the Anunnaki. In the 20th century, the writer Zecharia Sitchin began poring over the cuneiform texts. He highlighted the clear implications of the Sumerian stories, that the Anunnaki were powerful and advanced extraterrestrial species. Their arrival on planet Earth put them at the top of the terrestrial food chain. To create a local workforce, the Anunnaki used sequences of their own genetic code to hybridize a primate ancestor into a human, ready to put to work with their Anunnaki masters. Sitchin argued the word Anunnaki means those who came from the heavens to Earth, a phrase that made clear their extraterrestrial origin. Zecharia Sitchin was not an academic. He was not a PhD or a professor. He had a degree from the London School of Economics and worked in commerce. The LSE, I should say, is a pretty august institution. He wrote at a popular level, that's to say, with a general audience, and not with the kind of referencing and footnotes that you'd expect to see in an academic kind of tone. And academic critics don't like that. They think that's slack. Some might identify mistakes or bias in his work, and that's then their pretext to disregard his contribution, which is an important one. Now, some writers in the field reject Sitchin's translation of the word Anunnaki, and they would contend that the word's usage tells us that it simply means nobility or royalty, the rulers. I'm not persuaded by that. It's not that that's not true. It's just a very partial answer. It's a very lazy explanation. It simply doesn't ask enough questions. Who were the rulers identified by this word? Why is that word associated with the rulers? You see, if you look at the etymology of the word and its root meanings, look at the component parts. You have Anu, which means heavens, Ki, which means earth. Anunnaki are those who came from the heavens to the earth. You could follow the logic. But even if you didn't have that narrative embedded in the word itself, as soon as you read the cuneiforms, the stories themselves unpack that is exactly what was going on. And the glyph that they use to indicate the rulers who come down from the heavens at the beginning just simply indicates the sky. So these Anunnaki are from the heavens. They're sky people. Many of the world's oldest mythologies claim that governance over human society began with dominance over human beings being established by superior beings or gods, and then the job of rulership is handed over at a later stage to human governors or kings. Egyptian mythology holds such a narrative. Similarly, the Bible speaks of King Saul as the first human king over the people of God. The Sumerian cuneiforms also named their first human king Gilgamesh. To be more accurate, Gilgamesh is a transition king, a hybrid of human and Anunnaki. His name appears on one of the most famous of Mesopotamian artifacts, the Sumerian Kings List. Among the shopping list's legal agreements, business contracts, and all the rest of the cuneiform tablets, there appears what on first inspection is a dry record of a succession of kings of Sumeria. The most recent entries record reigns of 6 to 36 years. As we go further back on the timeline, the Kings List starts running with some odd-looking information, because out of the blue, we suddenly read of a dynasty that lasted 24,510 years, 3 months, and 3.5 days. Now that precision absolutely befits Sumerian culture, because it's from Sumerian culture that we get 360 degrees in a circle, 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in an hour. So the precision doesn't surprise us. What is odd is that that dynasty of 24,510 years, 3 months, and 3.5 days was divided across no more than 23 kings. That's an average reign of more than 1,000 years each. And it's not a one-off. The dynasty concluded by the Great Flood lasted 241,000 years, shared by no more than 8 kings. That's an average reign of more than 30,000 years. Now, some have tried to make the dates symbolic or have interpreted their unit of time differently, but that doesn't quite work when it's an unbroken record of 6 to 36 year reigns to 36,000 year reigns, all in the same unit of time, all in the same narrative. The narrative begins with non-human kings who then hand over to human kings, and this elasticity of the length of their dynasties is another suggestion that the non-human kings are something quite different to human beings. It's like comparing the lifespan of a human being with the lifespan of an ant. The King's List is not the only evidence pointing to an extraterrestrial hypothesis. The Sumerian version of the Tower of Babel speaks of 50 technicians who employ mysterious technology to dispatch 300 observers to their stations in the stars. But alongside the Genesis account, the two narratives confirm one another and paint a vivid picture. Babel was a stargate, providing the observers rapid access to space stations. The thing that got me into this whole field of research was an anomalous word in the book of Genesis. I've been a preacher for more than 30 years. I've studied and taught through the book of Genesis many, many times in churches all around the world, and I've trained pastors in the skills of interpreting texts. So I've long known about this anomalous word. Well, finally, I allowed myself the time to sit down and really drill into what was going on. Genesis uses 2 words for God. One is Elohim and one is Yahweh or Jehovah. Now, Yahweh is the holy name given to Moses in a time centuries or millennia after all the action described in the stories of beginnings. So the fact that the word Yahweh appears in those much older stories, that clues us that we're not reading the original version of the stories. The stories are being retold by someone after the time of Moses. Now, there's a broad consensus among biblical scholars that the current version of the Old Testament, the Hebrew Scriptures, was edited or redacted sometime in the 6th century BCE, and that the redactor, by putting the name Yahweh into these older stories, the stories that Abraham and Sarah had brought with them, was telling the reader to regard them as God's stories. By using the later name, he's also telling the reader this is not the original version. Originally, they were Elohim stories. Now, that word Elohim is a very interesting word because it's a plural form word. It often exhibits plural behaviors. Let us make the humans to look like one of us. We don't want them to become too much like one of us, etc. The word Elohim often takes plural verb forms. It's sometimes translated as God, but in other places it gets translated as false gods, or demons, or angels, or chieftains, or land barons. So why this enormous elasticity in the word's meaning? Well, again, we have to go back to the roots of the word and ask, why is it used that way? And why does it behave like a plural? When you look at its component parts, the word Elohim means the powers or the powerful ones. Now, when you read Genesis translating the word that way, the text change and suddenly line up with the Sumerian texts. One by one, they confirm each other's stories. And it's very clear they're not stories about gods. They're stories about the powerful ones in the Bible and the sky people, the Anunnaki in the Sumerian tablets. But is there any material evidence that a non-human ruling presence ever occupied planet Earth? One might reasonably ask, why have no physical remains of Anunnaki been found? Firstly, I would note that the more we dig up ancient sites, the greater a diversity of ancient peoples we're finding. If you think about the hobbits that were found in Indonesia, we call them hobbits, if the proper name is Homo florensis, or the giants of Noble County, or the red-haired giants of North America, or the long skulls of Baracus, etc. There's a great range of people that we're beginning to come across as we dig into our ancient past. So how would we know if we found an Anunnaki? Well, one obvious possibility is by DNA testing. So if Gilgamesh really was a human Anunnaki hybrid, then all we have to do is find the royal tomb and DNA test it. Well, I believe that's exactly what happened in Iraq in 2003. A team went in protected by American troops at the beginning of the 2003 Iraq invasion and found Gilgamesh's tomb. Fassbinder spoke to the BBC. You can go on his website, you can read all about it. Now, the official story is that having located the probable tomb site 16 years ago, we decided not to investigate any further. Similarly, in 1927, the British archaeologist Leonard Woolley discovered a person known as Queen Kuabi. Now, she was a high-ranking Sumerian leader who lived around 2500 BCE, and they had found her remains. So again, here's another find, which with today's technology provides us with the opportunity to DNA test. We can now test Sumerian royalty to confirm whether it was entirely human. The result? Apparently, we've decided not to investigate any further. Now, what do you make of that? Wouldn't you want to know? But why would an extraterrestrial species be interested in governing a human population on planet Earth? Why would advanced beings from another planet have any interest in interfering with human evolution and managing a human population? Why would they teach prehistoric humans about mathematics, reading, legal and banking systems, contracts of employment, money and pricing mechanisms? And why would I wonder if our own behavior as a species on our own planet might give us an insight of what such colonization might look like. Because when we colonize, we go in with force, we show our superiority, and we take over. We provide the police, we provide the army, education, we put the locals to work, we cream off the profits and the natural resources, and basically enjoy all the benefits of sitting at the top of the economic tree with a powerful, visible presence to keep control. But after a while, you can get the locals to do their own policing and their own school teaching. Let the locals become the lawyers and the bankers and appoint the local as the governor. As long as you have some control of the value of the money and as long as you set all the commodity prices and exchange rates, you don't really need to maintain a visible presence anymore. And so you can go home, you can live in another country and still enjoy all the benefits of sitting at the top of the economic tree. Now that's how we do it. It's how we've done it from the Roman Empire to the Spanish to the Dutch, the Portuguese, the British, the American. That's how we do it. Is it possible that an ET presence may have colonized the world in our prehistoric past in a way that's analogous to that? That another species came and resided on planet Earth for a while. They sat at the top of the economic tree and enjoyed all the benefits of it, and then withdrew in exactly the kind of way I've just mapped out. I wonder how much like the Anunnaki we are. And as for what they were looking for, it could have been minerals. I believe it was. I think there's strong evidence of prehistoric mines in southern Africa. It may well have been minerals. But it could have been something else, something to do with the properties of planet Earth. And it might have been something to do with ourselves, our uniqueness as Homo sapiens. Were our ancestors really engineered as workers, toiling for the colonizers? Were the Anunnaki only interested in our planet's resources and coldly indifferent to the progress of the human race? Other ancestral narratives speak of our human origins in exactly the same terms, and yet there are other strands to the story. The Greek Babylonian narrative of Oannes and the Apkallu speak of the visitors helping and educating our human ancestors. Native American memory reports interdimensional and extraterrestrial visitors nurturing the beginnings of human society. Zulu mythology speaks of our ancestors being nurtured by advanced beings. I, the Anunnaki, have had a more generous motivation towards their human workforce. My book, Escaping from Eden, argues that our ancient texts call a range of species that bumped up against our ancestors, and these stories in our world mythologies tell of conflicting ideas among the visitors as to how conscious and how intelligent they wanted humans to be. Now, certainly there are some cold agendas towards humanity that play out in our world's stories of beginnings, the limiting of human life, a flood to kill them all, a neurological interference to take the power of speech from us and dumb us down, a bombing that destroys our engineering and technology, a neurological interference to lower our perceptual and cognitive abilities. Now, in the Sumerian version of these stories, it's the senior Anunnaki Enlil who actions and pushes all these negative agendas that are somewhat hostile to human beings. But there is another agenda in the Anunnaki community. There is a figure called Enki, who appears to be the leader of the Earth Project, and he is junior to Enlil. He's described as Enlil's brother. So in the Sumerian story, humanity gets caught in the crossfire of these mysterious beings in conflict. A number of our so-called creation myths begin with the rehabilitation of a devastated and flooded planet, shrouded in darkness. And that arrival is a positive interaction with this other species because they begin to nurture life on the planet. They nurture animal life, they nurture human life. Then later in the Sumerian account is Enki, the one who's in charge of the Earth Project, who wants to upgrade human beings for a more enjoyable, a better, a more conscious kind of life. And there's a conflict between Enlil and Enki over whether that should happen. Enlil, the CEO, does not want that. So Enki breaks ranks to achieve that upgrade for us. When Enlil wants to destroy the human experiment by devastating the planet, again it's Enki who seeks out a favored family, the family of Atrahasis, aka Sudra, aka Napishtim, aka Noah, and gives him instructions as to how to construct an escape pod for his family and his farm so they can reboot the project. So I think we can say the Anunnaki presence is a mixed bag in humanity. We're really caught in the crossfires of this conflict among a species who are ambivalent about the progress of human society. There is oppression and slavery in the Anunnaki narrative, but there's also a concern for human welfare and a nurturing of human beings. So it's a mixed story. Today's reports of ET contact reflect a similar range of agendas, some harmful, some indifferent, and some nurturing. Are these contemporary experiences connected with the Anunnaki narratives, or are people today experiencing something or someone different? What difference does the Anunnaki narrative make to human beings today? If you and I are part primate, part Anunnaki, how does that help us? And are the Anunnaki still present, or are we now our own masters? Does the Anunnaki narrative give us an explanation of our original separation from all other animal forms on planet Earth, but leave us with no word about our future? My hope is focused not so much on external interventions as on our own capabilities. Our ancestral narratives all speak of higher consciousness being downgraded in our prehistoric past. And to my mind, that raises the possibility that our cognitive abilities can be upgraded and our consciousness can be heightened. Our mythologies speak of our perceptual field being limited. And to my mind, that suggests we might be able to expand it. The Anunnaki narrative speaks of us laboring for superiors, and you can see that we're hardwired to do that. But what if we were able to break down that programming and start working for one another instead of those above us? What if we de-engineered all our neurological slave settings and allowed ourselves to live freer, less fearful lives? What would that look like? Many of the cultures that have curated these stories of beginnings have also curated modalities, methods that are designed to reawaken a higher state of consciousness. So ancient Greek culture, which had this narrative, also had the modality of a kaikion ritual. Kaikion was a kind of tea ritual aimed at heightening the person's state of consciousness. In Mesoamerica, we find another tea ceremony with exactly the same purpose. If we go to indigenous Australia or to Native America, we find smoke and smoking ceremonies and similar activities in the ancient Indian cultures that produced the Vedas. Eastern monastic traditions have disciplines of stillness and conscious breathing, and in my experience, they really do have virtues in terms of altering our state of consciousness and heightening our abilities for a better human experience. If the Anunnaki stories represent our true origins as a species, and human beings are part earthling and part higher being, what does that mean for our potential as human beings today? first taught to the ancient Sumerians more than 5,000 years ago? Or are other ways open to us as human beings? Might higher forms of consciousness help us achieve a new freedom from the legacy of our enslaved past and provide a pathway to a better human experience? For more on these and other probing questions, stay tuned to the Fifth Kind TV and the Paul Wallace channel. Subscribe and click on the bell for notifications so that you never miss when new videos are posted. Thank you for watching The Fifth Kind. When I was 10 years old, I used to live in Shepherd Bush, West London, north and north of here. And every Saturday afternoon, I used to go to Shepherd Bush Market. I was very keen to see what people were selling, what they were buying, but most importantly, what they were throwing away. I was frequently among the rubbish. I would find some useful, for instance, wooden boxes from which I could make cricket bats. But every Saturday afternoon, there was a very strange man who was purple tablets like this. I have here the exact chemistry set which they want me to keep chemistry set, and it has wonderful instructions and wonderful experiments. And indeed, I used to do these experiments, and I used to mix the chemicals together in an attempt to satisfy my passion for making fire. But alas, this was not possible. I made color changes, I made fizzes, pops, and I made smells, but I could not make fire. So I decided I've demonstrated them for you. Some examples of chemical changes just by mixing liquids together and getting color to change and therefore making a new substance. But you can't just mix together any two chemicals and therefore there's a chemical that makes a new substance. It doesn't work like that. One of the most important things you have to understand about chemical changes is that they're all alkaline or chemically changing and there are tiny barely that much energy of mixing. Ammonium dichromate is simpler substances. Could we have the lights back on, please? And let us look to see what has become of our orange powder. You will notice that steam rising. This is the most unusual type of reaction to see because there is no smoke produced. What you see is genuine steaming. Ultimately, you will not smell anything as a result of this. And furthermore, you will see this big white oil hissing out. The reason for that is there is also a gas produced in this, which actually starts the air. It's hydrogen gas. So what it's making is totally and utterly harmless. Such is the power of chemical changes that what started off as orange powder ammonium dichromate has been turned by the process of thermal decomposition into chromic oxide, which is harmless, which is plus water vapor and hydrogen, which is found in the air. So this then is just an example of another type of chemical change. But I said I'd like to tell you fire is my great passion, so I will show you a bit more of this. Now the next experiment I wanted to show you in connection with fire concerns a substance which we use on an everyday basis, but we seldom think actually or perhaps understand what we use it for or how it works. And this is the substance which I have here. It's called petrol. Now you will say, well, of course, I know what petrol is for. It was used when most cars drive the car forward, it goes forward. Now what I wanted to say is that petrol actually is not a modern invention. The motor car is a modern invention. The motor car has only been around for about 120 years. But petrol and substances similar, and it's exactly petrol, but substances similar to petrol have been known for thousands of years. And the reason being is that out in the ground in certain parts of the world, there oozes a black oil, and we call it crude oil today. In the same way that coal is found in the ground, oil also oozes out. And many hundreds or even thousands of years ago, people had learned they had observed this oil burning, and they had been able to extract it or burn it for useful purposes, for useful purposes in the various lamps which they used to have. And we have found these lamps by have been discovered by archaeologists. There were three types of oil that people used to burn: mineral oil, vegetable oil, or animal oil. And this is an example of a mineral oil. Now, if you don't mind, in order to show my demonstration with petrol burning, I do need to do a little bit of tightening up. And as you see, ash there has made a little mess, but we are always prepared for these things. And I'm going to just sweep the ash into a bin which I have around here in order that I can prepare my bench for the experiment with petrol. So I have now efficiently organized my hat here, and I'm going to show you, first of all, how petrol used to burn, or how people used to observe petrol burning for many, many hundreds or even thousands of years. And they used to become very dangerous Now, while I'm holding this thing, the temperature which I put it inside as alien is undergoing a most important change. But it's not a chemical change. It's not burning. It's not changing into a different substance. It is actually undergoing a change of state. The pepper went as and now, after a minute or so, it has evaporated and it has turned into a gas. And I smell it. That smells pretty strong to me. And therefore, that means to me, when it does now next experiment, that the petrol has evaporated and turned into a gas and temperature, and this is it has now become fully mixed with the air. It has formed an homogeneous system. And if we now apply our light to the bottom, please watch carefully and see if you can spot the difference in the color of the flame or indeed the electricity when kept fire. And there you are. As you see, I didn't quite see what happened, but the lid went high in here. No, 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 please! Not here! Here, ladies and gentlemen, do you clap every time you drive a car? No. But this is what all your clap. Now, I clap when I drive my car because I fix them. I drive all wagons and I have great fun driving them. And so I do have a reason to clap, you see, because I fix it and if it works, then I'm thrilled to pieces. But you see, inside a motor car engine, this reaction is going on thousands of times in a short space of a few minutes. And that, of course, you said, can that make the car to 100 miles an hour? Yes, definitely. Now, I don't know, and this is a bit unusual, it was the chemists who about 300 years ago recognized the huge value of air in the way that things work. Now, I don't know whether it is an official color displayed down there. I noticed it, and I'm sure some of you may have. It was actually blue. Now, that blue flame that you saw is an invention of the science of chemistry. And dear children, the blue flame was invented by none other than the great Robert Wilhelm, otherwise known as Bunsen, and here it is in my chemistry lesson in 1958, it's a Bunsen burner. And the by a German organic chemist, not however, it is captured by the friend and colleague of the great miner Faraday, delivered each lecture in this precise formula for over 30 years during the 19th century. So it was Christian Turnbein who actually was the first person who managed to add coaching content. Okay, how did he achieve that? Also, like Dr. was beginning, that we can frequently recognize a chemical change by a change in color. Like if you say, look, this coffee brand software looks the same and feels exactly the same as the coffee that I had a minute ago, and yet this is not yet the coffee that it has by how therefore is this different in humans that in some way, way, one of those, they weigh 1.7 grams, but this weighs 2 grams, an extra 1.1 of a gram of oxygen. Now that's a huge amount of extra oxygen as it is. It actually does have some nitrogen as well. And you may say, well, how did they add this? Well, let's first of all see whether it works. Of course, because there's no point in talking about the effect if you don't see how it was done if it doesn't work. First of all, let's give ourselves something to talk about. So here then is our control, which has extra oxygen added to it. And let's see how this works and spot the difference. And as you see, that was an instantaneous combustion. The whole thing burned very, very, very quickly indeed. And there was virtually nothing left at all, you see. Now that of course, dear children, is the proof that the experiment was successful. Now, when Schoenstein achieved this experiment, it was absolutely delighted in the right sense of the word, or they were working together. One of them was costing the other one was mystery, and they were similar substances, and they achieved this type of result. Absolutely amazing. For your information, the way this is made is using a very similar substance gunpowder. Gunpowder contains sulfur, charcoal, and potassium nitrate. Nitrate is nitric acid and sulfuric acid. Mix them together and you soak the contents for half an hour, and you end up with this. So oxygen comes about indirectly, but then chemists are able to process it, and that's why they are able to bring about effect. Now, what they actually say is that by excellence, it's of course a very, very dangerous substance. It's one that is named in the industry some call it microcellulose. It's a hugely dangerous, significant energy version. And I would love to demonstrate that it's slowly. Unfortunately, that would be too far today. So we're listening to me instead. I'm going to demonstrate a propulsion, even two propulsions if we're lucky. And what is a propulsion? A propulsion is a direct explosion. An explosion is a rapid release of gases everywhere, forcing something apart. A propulsion, though, is when you direct so I'm going to start off by showing you how to use make a simple water. It's rather similar to a cannon, and I'm going to propel some ping pong balls, hopefully to the ceiling of our spheroid institution. Now, what I have here is a special, it's like a cannon, it's called technically the water, and the principle of it is that you burn the fuel at the bottom. When the fuel, which comes from burns at the bottom, it releases a huge amount of hot gases, and they will force the ping pong ball high, hopefully to the ceiling. So that will be that's the principle of this. And what I want to suggest I have just returning to my home. I have just my special few house and I'm going to take with that, and I'm going to back here, take great care, and now we shall pull out here. Now then, the next thing we shall do, like that, we shall now pull it one, two, three, four, four big bottles, and we shall now set up our water and fire them all those birds. Like tanks, like that. Actually, let's try them out there, approximately. Now, this doesn't always work. We don't expect but it was about to be always our best. We all do our best. All sorts of things happen, but we'll do our best. Now, please excuse me. I'm just going to move these away there, and hopefully we'll have a launch into that over here. I'm going to work again next week. I'm going to put my other flammable away into my box here, and then we shall light and let's hope that this works. So here we are then. Let's make sure the plan is on. There will be a bit of a bang, by the way, as they shoot out. As they shoot out, there will be down a little bit more. Please don't worry, it's very light. Now, here we are. Here we are. Fingers crossed. Get better. The fizz is burning, the fuse is burning. Fingers crossed. We have a projection. Propulsion on. Oh, there we are. I don't. Did they go anywhere? They must have gone somewhere. They're not in here anyway. So there were ping pong balls and gone. Did anyone find the ping pong ball? I don't. No, I'm not here. Now, something. Maybe they've got stuck in the sea. I don't know. At any rate, they certainly left it. I don't know where they ended up. But now, if you don't mind, I'm going to just do another propulsion. This time of a slightly different principle. I have a rocket here. And it was a great science fiction writer, George Verne, who writing in the 1890s predicted that it was possible to fire a rocket to the moon using gun cotton. Now, I'm not going to attempt to fire this rubble to the moon. He was so impressed with gun cotton. That's the point I'm trying to make. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to research the gun cotton, and hopefully we can make this rocket take off. I think in the interest of science, it is very, very important right now. It was a great lovely day. Also want to give this out right now. So I'm going to try this out now. Please excuse me. Um, I really don't expect this. I really don't expect it to do very much, but it'll certainly make a lot of fire, probably a bit of smoke, and then we'll turn on to something completely different. Now, this is really very dangerous lighting this, so I do have a special hole stick here. Now, so I hope you can all see this is our little rocket here, powered by some gun top, as we have may not be much, but there it is, you see. No, that was just the effect. That was just what we wanted. No, please. I'm not here for applause. I have Now then, you see, among magicians, this is popularly called magic disappearing water. And the reason why it's called magic disappearing water is because that's exactly what it does. It looks like water. When we pour it out, it's a colorless liquid. And when we pour it out, it goes like this. And then as we pour it onto our making thing, in a very short space of time, it disappears into thin air. Now the reason why it disappears into thin air is because that's exactly what it is. This you see what I have this liquid which I have here is actually called liquid nitrogen. And it is liquid nitrogen was the result of research by chemists once again in the 19th century, and the history of course like this. In about in the year 1624, the British natural chemist Johannes invented the word gas. He invented the word gas so that we could all keep disorganized. So people started to recognize that there are some substances called gases too many of them in the air. By the end of the 18th century, people had started to recognize that air is a mixture of nitrogen, oxygen, hydrogen, carbon. Other gases, sulfur dioxide, and recognize. Now, once people had identified gases by their chemical properties, they then started to investigate the physics. Now, physics is what this is about, I think, anyway, and actually one of my favorite subjects. Physics is about matter and energy. And once people had started to discover gases, sulfur dioxide, carbon dioxide, they then started, well, can we turn gas as one of the greatest discoveries made here in this institution? It was Faraday for the first time obtained chlorine. Chlorine has been a gas at temperature -30. It's turned into mercury. And after that the change was on, could we turn all gases into liquid? Now in order to do that we needed to get lower and lower temperatures. So people tried all sorts of techniques. By about 1860, all the gases had been turned to liquid except for oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen. Those three. And those three gases were called the permanent gases. No one could actually achieve the result of turning them into a liquid. They couldn't get the temperature lower. So physicists started racing. Who could get the lowest temperature? Now the way one British scientist, Polish chemist, first managed to achieve a temperature low enough to change air into liquid. Now, nitrogen, liquid nitrogen, has a boiling point here of -190 degrees. Now, just to tell you what that into perspective, allow me to test this. It was water boiled to 140 degrees and lowest temperature is about -24, the lowest temperature achieved on planet Earth about -60. This is -190. That is an amazingly low temperature by any standards in the universe. Indeed, the lowest temperature possible to reach in the universe is absolute zero. It's -273 degrees centigrade. Now, the reason, therefore, why liquid nitrogen is boiling here is because this room is amazingly hot compared to liquid nitrogen, well above the boiling point. Now, if liquid nitrogen is so hot, then it obviously makes sense to and what I'm going to do now, what I'm going to do now is to pour some more out here, and then I'm going to cover it with liquid nitrogen, and we shall watch the cooling gradually turn inside. Keep your eyes just below that down here. Pop that on there, and there goes our water. So, all this being on here, and now we shall cover more magic on its way to doing as well, just to get an effect which I very much would like to show you. Now, we're going to now pour some liquid nitrogen onto our water and allow the water to start freezing. Now, what you see coming off, that white steam, that what looks like white steam, that's exactly what it is. This is actually steam, it's cold steam, that is caused by water vapor, which is in the atmosphere tiny droplets out gently and listen as well. Now listen to the sound while I tell you. And when the water expands, it sets up huge pressures. Sets up huge pressures among themselves, and they pass each other, and they exert the mechanical and they are capable, they are capable of reaching inches of and they are capable even of possibly shattering in the conditions are correct. But I shall allow this landing happen before, and I shall shortly come back and whether please allow the cracking. Allow the cracking that means that the beaker has now cracked due to the as they expanded, and we shall very shortly investigate the effects of that cracking on the floor. We're running out. Don't worry, I do have more liquid nitrogen here. Now, as I was saying, the reason for this but at and I think now and that's a spray. There is spray out of the rubber tube. Now, this is of course it looks very interesting, but there is a very good science in it. Now the science now is established initially the and therefore now one of the most and when out and oil the bubble turns into gas and like now this is exactly what happens. That's how and we take it out and happen here and you know it's a straight away from now the reason watch out very cold like now as I was saying this has now become very very quickly why is that and the idea is that high temperature there is lots of energy everything has lots of energy around so the rubber tubing is elastic here because it's warm however at low temperature molecules they stop behaving in a string manner and they lock into the solid. Now, now, let's just have a quick look at our paper and look at the large are exerting a pressure on the moon. Hence, around it. Now, one of the great discoveries of the last was the idea that and matter is made of tiny particles around. And the best example appreciate the idea that even though you don't think you all know space and space and I still a large box of carbon here, and no one knows. And the reason is I like and what I look this now if we now cool the balloon down by pouring liquid nitrogen, the molecules and they move much more slowly. Please watch carefully what happens. As I'm cooling it down, the molecules are losing their energy. As they lose their energy, they move more slowly. As they move more slowly, so they exert a lower and lower pressure. And here it is. I'm going to have a little more here. Sorry, I knew I'd run out. We're going to try and collapse it as much as I can. As much as I can here. There it is. And now you see all the gas and gases have a action when it comes to temperature. At higher temperatures, they extract at lower temperatures, they extract. Now, okay, there is our blue. Totally unfit for that. But now let's back up. Right, wrapping it around just like this, and throwing it up in here inside. And if we now throw it up in here inside, then you'll see the shape of the blue is rapidly like molecules inside have warmed up, therefore they are more rapidly, and they are able to exert a greater pressure. This then that some of the great and as the first example, what happens with that later on. But Charles Dewar gave his name to Dewar Park, or Melbourne Park, but he was one of the great of right. So that then is liquid nitrogen. And I want to now and the idea of gas. Now, but working with alongside Robert Boyle and change the volume of gas with pressure without the pressure of now, once we have made we have made point by understanding how to compare and all gases are easily compressible. Now, in nature, how does that work? Well, birds fly. Birds fly when the bird flies, flaps its wings, and the wing presses against the air, flies up around the edge of the bird. Now, humans have been trying to fly for thousands of years, and as you know, only in the last And it's stuff like that. Around the side, they're right up to just the right of so that's now now that's the idea. The tag is compressible in two ways. One is the propulsion, which is the broom squeezing the air out, and the second one is the push. Okay. So now what about air compressor? Every time now, as you but we don't know about that, but that's why don't we make now what's the point of now of when we think in our lives you actually say that just of compressed air. No, 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 I'm not I'm demonstrating now what's about football. The world's most popular game at this moment being played by tens of thousands of people around why because air but the idea is that I was explaining the fact that air is compressible. What about your comfortable life? Car or your bicycle? Why are they comfortable? Because they've got tires. What are the tires filled with? Air is compressible. It's one of the most important and it is hugely important in the technology of atoms. Now, I'm not a technology atoms. I'm talking about of the composition of air. You will very shortly school you'll be heading to told your science lesson. Air is a mixture of gas. 78% nitrogen, 25% oxygen, 1% argon, 1% freon, 0.04% carbon dioxide, small amounts, variable amounts of flavor. You will learn that this stuff by heart. You will go to your chemistry test and get 10 out of 10. We are brilliant in chemistry. I got 10 out of 10. No, you're not brilliant in chemistry. You've actually learned the list of names very well, but you haven't understood the physical science of science. Now, yeah, to discover that air is a mixture of gases. Allow me to show you an experiment which is very familiar to everyone here. And I want you to say that air, idea that air is a substance or an element was one of the most important science of thousands of years. There were just four elements according to the Greek philosopher, the Greek philosopher. Please allow me, I'd like to put this on top of the idea for everyone to excuse me at the expense of wasting another couple of seconds. I just want everyone to hear it. And I'm now going to and now I put this on the and okay. Yes, now that and now everyone's got panel things on now. Now that's very interesting. Did you know that this experiment was first described by the great about 200 BC? This is 2,200 years ago. He destroyed this experiment because he didn't explain. He said, I don't know why. That explanation was made by other people demonstrations. But no one explained this. Look, air is an element. We don't know. It's 2,000 almost before that explanation was made. Allow me to show you. Here I have two charts that are like this. One thing, so that's a stupid question. This was contains a single substance of the beans white. This was contains a mixture because the beans are white, black, red, green. So that's a stupid question. However, I have another And then we used to make a fuel burn method. I'm going to start off with a very mundane experiment. The experiment I have here, and in this experiment, I'm going to burn some alcohol, ethanol in the stove. It's been known for many, many hundreds of years. This first stove is still brand new in the house here. There is alcohol. It's made naturally by fermentation during the fermentation process. And people have been making alcoholic beverages, beverages for some time. Now, I'm going to show you this experiment here. And I just want you to observe first. I have told you this before, but for the purpose of comparison, we must see what we start. So this is how alcohol works. It's made. You can barely see it. And I'm going to now just extinguish. I'm going to extinguish just by air. See, air and so has been extinguished. Now, you must excuse if I just felt that this is something. Uh, I have my I have a mind of I have not I think I go back to the position I don't mind. I don't know anyone who would say I want to go seriously build up. I have to have a couple of things. I should have my things. But if you don't mind, I do have to take my tea. Otherwise, I may faint. Now, sometimes, by the way, when this happens, I think understand I think um, how so you must not or losing my I am a close now, please give me some time. I want this now. I've just asked boiling once I've had my tea. I should be in a much better position. I want to show you how to make your oxygen how to make by out of it is made from I have here. This is a solution water, the hydrogen and here. Then look like I how they are not quite yet. I really must start now. And I can show I here and I yes, there is option for the no and there however, I can now I that's and like of and my now just boil. I must have I think I um uh, I just I have a teapot, and I have got liquid nitrogen, and hopefully I will now be able to drink the tea. So if you excuse me, I'll be able to hopefully make a full recovery and continue with my experiment. So please allow me just to try to thank you very much. I really am fine now. I'm totally recovered, and I can now continue about during the Second World War, scientists were attempting to make a more powerful fuel. Now, these were German scientists working with Nazi regime, and they were trying to make a liquid rocket fuel which would propel to a much higher, to a much more efficient fuel than powders which had been used up to then. And they used this mixture, they thought it was this mixture of alcohol combined with hydrogen peroxide oxygen. And that's what I intended. And then that's what I effect. They mix these two together, and then once they have mixed them, they then add some, they then add acid collectors, mix together alcohol and fuel, hydrogen peroxide as an oxidant, and we are now being set fire. Everything is good. However, now release some pure oxygen from inside. What will happen? And they are bringing just by now it was this specific experiment, you see, which makes it amazing energy, and they in fact use this mixture to propel V2 rockets. It was the first example of this mixture that was found during the Second World War. Fortunately, it came too late to do any lasting damage or to affect the outcome of the Second World War. Now, what I want to move on now is a topic which is very close to my heart, and that is the topic which brings down this. And that, of course, is plants, plant gas. You see, every plant that grows on this planet actually is made from a gas. It's made from a gas which we find in the atmosphere, which we find in the atmosphere in a very, very, very small amount. The gas is called carbon dioxide. Now, this is a famous apparatus. It was obviously invented by one of the great German chemists. His name was and it's very clever indeed because it allows a gas to be produced from a reaction of a solid with a liquid, and this clever mechanism, clever bulbering. Now, what we have here is we have in the top bulb, we have connected to the bottom bulb by a tube which goes through the middle. The liquid in there, which you can see is a colorless liquid, is called hydrochloric acid, one of those acids. It's a strong mineral acid. And what we've got in the middle is some marble chips of calcium carbonate. Now, I'm just going to the light, and what I want to tell you is that carbon dioxide, there is a tiny amount of air, 4 parts per 10,000. Now, the amazing Yeah, sure. Yes, we have two bubbles, have the bubbles lifting. Now, that is showing carbon dioxide into the air. Now, please watch carefully. I think see. No, 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 no. I'm nearly illustrating what the principle of science. Now, we have now finished that some experiment, and we're now coming on to our final two experiments which I have here. And I have two balloons. One of these balloons is filled with the lightest gas in the universe. That gas is called hydrogen. Hydrogen was the name was given by the great French chemist Antoine Lavoisier. And it is composed, the word itself is made up of two words, hydra and genesis. Hydration anymore. So it is that gas which, when it burns, it makes water. In chemical simple terms, 2H2 plus O2 makes 2H2O. So I'm going to ignite the balloon filled with pure hydrogen. And the final experiment, I will be igniting a mixture of hydrogen with the gas which makes things burn better, which I very much hope all know oxygen. And that, of course, that will be my last experiment. So here we go. This is hydrogen gas burning. Makes a bag. It's not a very loud bag. Makes a moderate bag. And there's a little sort of orange flame that you can observe at the top of the maybe. So here we go. This is pure hydrogen. There it is. And now I am now coming to the final experiment. This will be the last experiment in today's demonstration. And I very much hope you enjoyed learning something about the achievements of science, the history of science, and their applications. And this contains a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. Now, this mixture is really used to propel space rockets. This makes a very loud bang indeed. So if you're terrified, put your fingers in your ears. So this will be my final experiment, a mixture of hydrogen and oxygen. I want to show you. I very much hope you all enjoyed yourselves, and I hope you all learned some chemistry. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. I hope you all enjoyed learning about the science, chemistry, and the science. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you very much. The fifth kind. This video is in association with Gaia.com. Go to Gaia.com/fifth kind for access to thousands of thought-provoking documentaries and original programs. Follow the links in the description below. The Nazca lines are still being revealed. Only recently, Japanese scientists discovered another 7 images in the Nazca Desert by using drone technology. It is very possible that the knowledge of our relationship to the stars existed much earlier and was transmitted to the people of Nazca. Je pense que le territoire irakien comporte de nombreuses portes. I believe there are many stellar gateways on the Iraqi territory. Gods could travel through stellar gates like the ones that we see in Stargate. I think this is the reason behind the problems that occur there. Indeed, we know very well that today most archaeological studies all over Iraq have come to a halt. Là, on sort un peu du contexte. Maybe we can find something, the day when it is actually possible to conduct excavations again in Iraq. Once again, we are far from scientific proof. Why would the military, or even the American SETI project for a long time. He also collaborated a little with NASA. But the fact that they got involved in and supported my work so much over several years makes me believe there is some truth to it, or at least that they had access to information which coincided with what I had translated.
The Sumerian cuneiforms not only attracted the attention of those in curious fields, but it also opened new doors at looking at older evidence. The basis of our modern scholarship on Sumer comes out of the Library of Ashurbanipal that was found in Nineveh. And in this area, there were metallic sheets that had patterns and little illustrations etched into them. And there are several illustrations.
In the Sumerian text, there are stories, very, very similar, of where advanced intelligences were able to move between dimensional realities. And they would do it using a small device that they were able to take into, in a very precise way, to the material of the earth, to the rocks of the earth, that would allow them to do this. So there are other stargates.
Is it possible that, like the ancient mathematical language encoded in the Great Pyramid, these shortcuts to other dimensions were created by the gods as a means to not only travel, but empower human beings to see beyond the veil? They're beginning to discover that there are many other dimensions, and that these dimensions are only separated from ours by an electromagnetic membrane. In fact, he equates it to a radio frequency. We, as creatures, right now are tuned into this radio frequency. If we could reach in and just turn the dial a little bit, you're going to tune into the next one. And how horrifying might that be, or how beautiful might that be? We don't know really what's existing on those dimensions.
What we do know is in places like the Cairo Museum in Egypt, a number of artifacts have been found from sites such as Saqqara, for example, that scientists simply cannot explain. They're reluctant to even put on view to the public. Some of them are back rooms and they're boxed up in the lower levels. They're made of materials that are not from Earth. We don't know what this stuff is.
Could these materials of unearthly origin be proof that these gateways did exist?
Any proof that there's a gate of God or a navel of the earth is usually a sort of an energetic hotspot where the laws of physics are slightly different, or just so, that allows you to step through a portal into another level of existence.
There is one interpretation that would say perhaps there was something going on connecting different planets, different civilizations. And remember, the Sumerian accounts are of jealous gods, essentially gods who are vying for influence and power.
Could mankind's ability to find these stargates be the next chapter in forwarding our understanding of the multidimensional universe we live in?
There's a stargate believed to be a similar doorway. It's in Turkey. There are others in Egypt. There are others in Iraq. And there are naturally occurring stargates in the American desert Southwest that native people talk about.
Places like Göbekli Tepe, or certainly the area around Göbekli Tepe in southeast Turkey, the area around Giza in Egypt, and other places like Stonehenge in England, they form part of what might be described as an earth grid, and that there were reasons for establishing these places. They all have something in common with each other. And if you ask me what that is, I would probably say that it's geomagnetic anomalies, the appearance of strange light phenomena, what we would call UFOs today, the manifestation of supernatural forms, supernatural entities, and the idea that you can achieve altered states of consciousness more easily at these places than elsewhere.
So there's an elaborate science that I've gone into for many years, which I was analyzing how it is possible that stone monuments can actually function as a portal generator. That in fact, it is a remnant of an advanced technology where even something as simple as a pure stone, if you understand the earth is naturally giving off these bubbles, that will allow you to portal into other realities. And you have to know where to build the stones. And the stones actually become like a focusing mechanism that capture those bubbles coming up from the Earth's core that are multidimensional and allow you to travel through these portals.
The question is, what are we dealing with? I think it's worth considering some extraordinary possibilities. Amongst them, that which actually quantum physicists would not find so extraordinary, that we live in a multidimensional universe, that we are occupying one particular dimension of this universe, but there are many other dimensions which are normally inaccessible to us and inaccessible to our senses, but can be reached in certain ways. And perhaps the most direct gateway to the realm of the gods is found through the deliberate, targeted, well thought out alteration of consciousness. That seems to me perfectly plausible. One of the most famous portals, the Bermuda Triangle, is a good representation of how planes and boats simply disappear into another dimension, never to return. Research on this area is quite extensive. But what about other seemingly non-active portals? What kind of physical elements could these hotspots possess that could empower humans or gods to tap into simulated universes?
And that frequency, what you need in order for that to really happen are quartz crystal deposits, very vast quartz crystal deposits. And it just so happens our planet has vast crystal deposits all around the globe. And that, to us, is showing us that this is an area with underlying quartz crystal deposits that are strong enough that they're causing tears in this membrane. And that's the reason why you get such a wide array of phenomena all occurring in a very small geographic area. I think the stargates kind of represent places where the veil thins and we're able to enter into contact with spirit on an easier level. Now, you can look at these as places within your own soul. You can also look at them as specific places on the earth. I think a lot of cathedrals and ancient monuments and stuff were built on ley line nexus points. The energy of the earth is very strong in these locations. And also you get people conducting ritual and ceremony and whatnot over a long period of time. The etheric field of the place almost becomes a well-worn pathway back into Eden or the tree of life.
If indeed this is true, is there a physical place on Earth that mixes the mythological and science to possibly be the perfect gateway to the gods?
In Peru, near Lake Titicaca, is one of the most beautiful and profound examples of one of these stargates. The local people call it Hayamarca. Hayamarca is a mysterious doorway. It is literally a doorway that goes nowhere, carved into the side of the sandstone cliff near the Bolivian border, just outside of Lake Titicaca in Peru. Is on the Peruvian side. In fact, the locals call it the Gate of the Gods. It's not something that opens. It's just a shape carved into solid rock. The fantasy is that the heroes at one time walked through this into the land of the gods. We don't see how it could open, but the idea of a stargate, that there is something that could step into some other dimension or a wormhole, would have some kind of starting point and could enter. The idea of a doorway in general is something that we see a lot. We see these in the Egyptian temple walls, for example, where the initiate walks up to the temple wall. There's a doorway, and then there's a solid wall. So the physical body can go no further. The physical body is left behind in the Egyptian traditions, and it is the energy body or the soul that moves through the doorway. What sets Hayamarca apart from those stargates that we see in places like Egypt is that it is believed to be a stargate where the physical body moves in its entirety through the door, in and out of the door, and it is active today. The Quechuan people are the local native indigenous people from this part of the world, and they tell the story of when the explorers, the Spanish conquerors, came into South America, when they came into the high Andes, and they tried to convert the local
to Catholicism and under Spanish rule, and the local indigenous people resisted. And they were chased across the Andes. And the last one, the last emperor, is said to have come to this place near the edge of Lake Titicaca and stepped up onto this stargate. And with a device that he held in his hand, he placed it into a notch that is in the wall. And when he turned it, he began walking, and he walked right through the wall.
Could this be the same device that the Sumerians are depicted using in earlier cuneiforms? If so, how did it work?
What the local people say today, they tell me, is that as an active stargate, there are certain times of year that their ancestors continue to pass in and out. They continue to pass through this gate. Now, as a geologist, the most striking thing about the geology of Patamarca is that it is a high quartz sandstone. It's a very special kind of quartz called piezoelectric quartz. Now, if you have a watch that says it's a quartz watch, that is a piezoelectric crystal that is in the watch. By compressing that crystal with a spring just a little bit, it releases an electrical and magnetic charge that drives the watch on a small scale. That principle applies on larger scales as well. We're looking at an area, a geographic area, that is under pressure releasing electricity the way that that spring and the little quartz would in our watch. And if there were a place where such a phenomenon could happen, the time travel and the ability to move between dimensions is directly linked to magnetic fields and electrical fields. So this place is already a high-stress field because of the piezoelectricity. And mathematically, it makes perfect sense that under certain conditions, certain planetary alignments, when the magnetic field combines with that electrical field to produce an effect, that we could see something like a Stargate effect, just like we see in the laboratory. When we look at what has happened at Hawaii and the principles that are involved there and parallels in other civilizations, it begins to tell a bigger story.
I would not be able to back this up with evidence if I were to say there were a physical portal that transported us physically into other dimensions. But is there a portal that can lead our consciousness into other dimensions and to, in a non-physical state, to interact with the inhabitants of those dimensions? The curiosity is that you can go into shamanistic cultures today, for example, amongst South American Indians in the Amazon basin, who are using ayahuasca. You can find that the shamans, after they have come back from the ayahuasca journey, recall the imagery that they experienced in the altered state of consciousness, and they paint that imagery. And lo and behold, the paintings contain the same elements to paintings that were done 33,000 years ago in Chauvet Cave in France. How do we explain this, and what can we learn from this? What those shamans in the Amazon tell us very clearly is that in the ayahuasca journey, they encountered teachers who teach them how to live and how to function in the world. So the question is, where were those teachers? Are they the inhabitants of other dimensions, of parallel dimensions that coexist? Are they perhaps aware of us, but we're not aware of them? And were they finding some way to reach out to us and to teach us what we needed to know? That would be a true gateway of the gods that we're dealing with here. These are vehicles for crossing that space, physical vehicles for crossing the space between dimensions. Maybe that's what's going on here, and the technology allows consciousness to cross that space much more easily and allows humanity to learn the lessons that those denizens of other dimensions have to teach us.
We were able to locate the divine mountain of the Nuna gods along with their Garden of Eden, next to the elements found with Google Earth and Gary Cycling from NASA. It took us straight to eastern Turkey, close to Road 5651. What can be noted in the Sumerian tablets when they clearly speak of creating workers to serve the Nunas? The main geneticist is always Enki. Enki is very proud of what he is doing. However, he always has to do it in secret. And here something important occurs in the
on language, the language that comes from the skies, the language which comes from on. In my years of research, I understood that the Shah, the matrix language, was mostly used by Sumerian priestesses. The so-called Shah contained more particles than the languages used by the male gods. So Enki used the Shah, the matrix language, to encode the ancient languages we find on Earth. I think that Enki had the desire to work for the benefit of the human race, to secretly bring them knowledge. And to be able to do that, they had to use a code. So they created a linguistic code for each tribe. And I think that regularly, maybe every generation, they had to change the code to prevent them from finding out about the hidden knowledge.
It is interesting to note that according to Anton's research, the language that has been coded into the universe for the humans to speak is called the matrix language. In Sumerian, this means the language that the female life creators, like Tiamat, spoke. How has this coded language helped us survive against the wrath of the demiurge?
This is a crucial part of my work. I discovered that all common languages were coded from Sumerian. We can look for idioms from anywhere we want. African tribes, Native American tribes, all the way to China. When you get to the innermost part of primitive languages, you can always understand the words in Sumerian. For example, if you take the word tool in the language of an African tribe and you translate it into Sumerian, it will become the thing we use to chop wood. The idea is a code used in order to be able to communicate secretly with humans. In concrete terms, this idea of coding language and creating new ones with Sumerian syllables, this desire to be able to communicate secretly with the human race, is going to design the many different languages on Earth. Old Chinese, the Hopi, many of the ancient idioms we find in Africa or in Australia. We can find common roots with ancient German and ancient English. Enki knew for a fact that human beings would not be submissive to the gods on the whole planet, so he gifted them with the ability to make tools. And in my theory, he also wished to code human language so the gods could not understand.
Anton Park suggests that once the humans had the knowledge to survive on Earth, they sought to build their own future and escape the gods. Could there be an actual builder of this new human settlement? In the Hebrew Bible, it suggests that the builder of the Tower of Babel was the king of Shinar, and his name was Nimrod. What an interesting name for someone who defies the laws of Yahweh to create his own connection to the Creator. Could Nimrod have been the representation of the first group of humans to use the knowledge taught by Enki?
Nimrod, interesting character. He was said to have built the Tower of Babel. He went up against God himself, tried to get closer than anybody else had ever done. As a result, God struck down the Tower of Babel, and as a punishment to humanity for having attempted this act, confused the languages so that everybody could understand everybody else. Is there anything more behind this story? Is there something that we call, well, what is the Tower of Babel? The Babylonian civilization is focused around Babylon. And Babylon is in Iraq. They now see this area as the centre of reality, the centre of everything. This is the Ophelos, the axis mundi, the axis of the earth. That gravitational shift from northern Mesopotamia to southern Mesopotamia was the result of the Babylonians. This is why the ancient city of Erech is in southern Iraq, when all the old accounts say that it's the ancient name for Lotha, southeast Turkey. This is why Nimrod is associated now with Babylon, but not with southeast Turkey.
The biblical story of Nimrod and his area of proposed reign happened to be the same area that a group of ancient astrologers once resided. This group was called the Chaldeans. Could this ancient group have been practicing some of the ancient teachings by Enki?
Urfa was the stronghold of Nimrod. This was the traditional homeland of the Chaldeans. They were star worshippers. They recorded stars. They had knowledge of comets, knowledge of eclipses, and everything like this. They were the scientists of their day. So what Abraham is trying to do is knock down their beliefs, their ideas, their mystery tradition, and install this new idea. So it is possible that what you were trying to do is to essentially kill off the wisdom tradition that the Latin and Chaldeans up to this point, and that Nimrod somehow steps in, whatever it represents, to try and prevent this from happening. But unfortunately, according to the legends, God intervenes, saves Abraham. That's essentially the story. So yes, there is something in this. I do accept that what Abraham was trying to do is, bring in a new era that didn't need our connection to the stars. But what the implications of that is for Judaism or even Christianity, I don't know.
Could this battle between Abraham and Nimrod really be representing a battle between Enki and Enlil for the control of the human race?
What the Mesopotamian story tells us that Enki introduced contention into human speech, and there are biblical scholars who think that that was the basis then of the Tower of Babel story. Now, what's interesting though is earlier Enki was said to be the provider of wisdom. He was said to have been the one who wanted humanity to have the knowledge that would undo the gods or the control of the gods. So we have this kind of conflict now in Mesopotamian stories. People who have really studied the Mesopotamian stories, we're talking very good biblical scholars and Mesopotamian scholars, they're so ambivalent about the Enki figure. They say, yeah, he was said to be this great guy. He sometimes is identified with the snake in the Garden of Eden, and then he later became identified with Prometheus in the Greek version of the story, where Prometheus tries to come down and give humanity a certain knowledge that would advance them. Then the other gods come in and say, no, no, you can't do that, and then there are all these repercussions to humanity, dividing them up. The people in the Tower of Babel story were really anarchists who were opposing the archons. And they were saying, the heck with the archons, we're leaving, we're going to establish our own little anarchy, and we're going to move over here and build our own little city, and we're going to go do things on our own.
And what was it that they were going to do their way? Just 8 miles north of the ancient city of Urfa is another famous site known as Göbekli Tepe. All that is revealed is the top of what could have been a great tower of sorts. 95% of the site remains below ground to be uncovered. Could the ancient humans have gathered here to use their knowledge of the universe?
Göbekli Tepe is the oldest stone circle complex in the world. If you can imagine Stonehenge in England and transpose it onto the top of a mountain top in southeast Turkey, and then multiply it by at least 20 times, and then cover the stones with beautiful carvings of animals, representations of abstract humans, give them T-shaped top. The fact is that Göbekli Tepe is in northern Mesopotamia. This is clearly the great civilization in this area. This is where the Neolithic Revolution began. This is where even the archaeologist Klaus Schmidt of Göbekli Tepe discovered the site suggests that the Anunnaki had their power base. It's clearly that a lot of things started here.
The site only becomes sacred upon the foundations of many, many old temples. And Göbekli Tepe is one great example. It's a artificial hill. The clue is actually the name, the original name. It means Potbelly Hill, or the Hill of the Navel, in its true context, which to me tells me that it's a navel of the earth, like so many other navels of the earth around the world. It's a place where rules of physics work in a certain way that allows you communication with other levels of reality.
The whole evolution of language in the human Homo sapien sapien brain has been cultivated, manipulated, and managed by technologies that could influence the human brain's development of language. And that when we read about the Tower of Babel being a time when the human population had one language, had one thought system, if it's true that there have been competing geopolitical territorial forces and competing non-humans on this planet, and that there was a time when humans were unified, that would not have been a good step for the competing non-humans. And it could very well be the Tower of Babel story was one of those moments where humans had been homogenized and something did not want that homogeneity in human thought, humans together, humans working as a group, and that from the outside there was a disruption in what for just a brief moment may have been a unification in thought without war or conflict.
Unification, a dangerous thing to have if you plan to rule over a people. But could this unification have been an actual tower, or just an ancient location where people gathered to exchange knowledge? A location in which they could communicate important information.
Babylon is actually an old Sumerian word which means gate of God, which for me, my understanding of the ancient mysteries tells me anything I need to know. Anything referred to as a gate of God or a navel of the earth is usually a sort of an energetic hotspot where the laws of physics are slightly different or just so. It allows you to step through a portal to another level of existence. For me, the Tower of Babel essentially represents the levels of attainment of knowledge that gets you to rise slowly ever upwards towards the mind of God. The summit, of course, being the connection or the interchange between the physical and the non-physical. The way that they communicated in the old days was through metaphor, and the more we get to the historical era, the more we mistake the metaphor for reality. In one of the traditions, Enlil just gets really annoyed because of the noise human. And that just noise is too much. Let's just get rid of these horrible things. But Enki doesn't want to go there. Humanity are his creatures, and his project is to bring wisdom and understanding to humanity. And I think there's a beautiful message hidden beneath that.
When it comes to exploring Native American lore, and in particular legends about the underworld, the Four Corners area is particularly important because we have a number of Native American groups that claim to have emerged there. And by that I mean they have an emergence myth that they says that they came out of the earth. And Pueblo people believed that they had come out of the earth in that area and around the Grand Canyon area. We have the Hopi who claim they came out of what they call the Sipapu, which is basically land for the hole as part of their chimney system in Akiva. But they claim that they had to come out of something they call the Sipapu, and they come out of the underworld where they had interacted with reptilian humanoids called the snake people and the lizard people. And they had also interacted with another group called the ant people. The ant people are described basically in a way that sounds very much like so-called descriptions of modern day great aliens. We have this whole idea here that there's a series of worlds beneath, and they all have their own inhabitants, and that these Native American people said they had come up through these various regions to eventually emerge in our world. We have the Apache, who have a similar legend. This is they came through a series of caverns to our world after they lived in what's called the Old Fireland, which had been destroyed in the cataclysm and had sunk beneath the ocean. And they claimed that they had come here through a series of caverns, just as the Aztecs said. We also have the Navajo, and the Navajo believe they came out of the underworld as well. So these are themes that all tie into the Four Corners area, and it's very interesting that the various people, some of them were even adversaries in previous centuries, that they all have similar legends about worlds within our world. If the premise that modern mankind originated from caverns deep below the earth is true, then is it also possible that there are entire civilizations still living underground in the Four Corners region?
I live near Taos, New Mexico, and there is a phenomenon that is called the hum, the Taos hum, H-U-M. It is a vibration that is felt selectively by some people. Other people don't seem to know it at all. It usually happens between 2 and 4 a.m. when a lot of people are sleeping. And the hum is right on the verge of where you feel it in your heart and where you get just below the audible level. And no one knows where this hum is coming from. They brought in university researchers back in the 1980s to try to triangulate where if they could find three locations where they found the hum and triangulate, they could find the source. And what they found was that it's coming from everywhere, suggesting that there is a vibration happening within the earth during those periods of time, 2, 3, 4 a.m., that's being carried through the bedrock into these other areas. What is the source of that vibration? This is where the speculation comes in, that these natural tunnels and the caves and the caverns that our ancestors have talked about in the past that already exist are being modified, perhaps, and used in modern ways for storage, for earth sensing, geosensing applications, and things like that. So that is where the scientific community kind of has arrived, is that there is something, and I think maybe it is the drilling, the constant drilling to modify these caverns is creating the vibration.
Since 1946, the U.S. government has been using Hopi land in the Four Corners region for explosive testing. Is it possible that, in fact, these tests are a cover-up? Could the military be using the ancient power of this area to run covert military programs? Or could their true agenda be to destroy something that was discovered underground? Perhaps something from an ancient galaxy? Billy Carson entails his personal encounter at the Four Corners area.
It appears that a lot of this activity, a lot of these tunnels, congregate close to this Four Corners area. Now, there's well-known stone-based stargates, what the ancient Indians called, now the modern Indians say these are where their relatives used to go and put their heads in and actually chant some words and disappear, and then some of them will return. Last summer, I went to Arizona to see the Grand Canyon. We actually hired a helicopter and a guide to go down there because I wanted to find out if I could see any of these ancient mysteries that people have been talking about. And we landed on this Indian reservation down inside the canyon. And there's a special area that was cordoned off. So I said to the guy, I said, why can't I come over here? I don't understand. I don't see anything dangerous. He said, because NASA has taken over this part of the canyon. The way the grid system runs across the earth, there are several places that are just like heavily energetic. You will find on many reservations and other holy areas held by natives, you will find that military groups have gone in and built facilities and made them off limits. A lot of the time, these are actual entrances into this cavern system that honeycombs the entire earth. A lot of these places are sacred to natives because they have stories going back many millennia of different types of beings taking them below the earth before cataclysms to protect them. And these same beings, after the cataclysm, bring them back to the surface of the earth and help them set up their civilizations again. A lot of these areas that the military will lock down also are very strong vortexes, which basically are nodes in this cosmic web Stargate system. These are places that the military want locked down because they don't want you to see what's coming and going through these gates.
A lockdown? If this is true, who or what could possibly be traveling through these gates or in these underground caverns? Perhaps we should consider one of the less conventional theories of evolution. If it is possible that the DNA of human beings was originally bioengineered by ancient terrestrials, could this be a link? William Bradley points out how this idea is explained in Hopi folklore.
You have this possibility, at least within the lore. You don't necessarily exclude skyborn gods from gods that live underground because people have both ideas that the gods had realms underground, underwater, and in
So it's not necessarily contradiction. It just means that the gods operated in these different realms.
When we look at the creation stories of our past, as different as they are from one another, there are common themes that weave them all together. I find this fascinating because it is the global understanding of a common heritage I believe is preserved in the traditions of the modern indigenous peoples. One of the most obvious of these common threads is the theme of another world beneath this one, a world, subterranean world from which our ancestors emerged. A lot of these themes from the Northern folklore have found their way into modern day accounts, what I call modern folklore, which is mythology, cryptozoology, all these types of things, conspiracy literature. Really, all this stuff is just updated folklore. It's the same stuff that people have done for centuries. Sometimes it contains truth, sometimes it contains fabrications, sometimes people elaborate on what they think something means. But you see these ideas of underworlds evolve with a variety of peoples around the world, now emerging in these same areas. All these things touch on the same type of material. With these subterranean creation stories of the world from which our ancestors emerged, is there perhaps a code or a treasure that could have been left for us to figure out the truth of humanity's connections to the four corners?
New Mexico, Arizona, the whole area around the Four Corners, and Utah, of course, southern Colorado. It's actually one of the most spiritually active parts of North America. This is why that part of the earth that is so it draws so many people. Some of them might know it, some of them don't, but they'll draw there nevertheless. I think it's because the land is worked with. The land is a living organism if you work with it. Just like watering a plant, it gives you something back, it gives you back a certain pleasure, and that's what you're attracted to. So that's why that part of the country is so important because it's still alive. It's worked with on a daily basis, and you can feel that as you just drive through it. Um, there is the Navajo sites. There is Mesopotamy as well. There is Bandolier. There's a key found called Bandolier. And so if you have to go there at the end of the day, and time is you don't get caught up inside the park. You have to climb up a 100-foot ladder, and that place is perfectly positioned inside the natural cave in a really warm area of the park because that's the one spot where the oceans and lurid currents just happen to cross. And they're everywhere. These currents are everywhere. But they built this sacred site exactly where those currents cross, and you go inside the kiva, and you have this out of body experience because this energy is made of the same stuff that we're made of. It's literally just giving you a means, a technology in which to escape the physical world and connect with another level of reality.
Craig Brayton takes us deep into another structure in the Four Corners area that may give us an insight into how this location connects to the sky and what may lie below.
One of the greatest mysteries that we're finding of ancient civilization is right in our own backyard for those of us that live in the United States, in the high deserts of northern New Mexico, Chaco Canyon. Something happened in Chaco Canyon 1,100 plus years ago that we have never seen in the history of the world before, and we never saw it duplicated since that time. We still do not know precisely who the people were that built Chaco Canyon, where they came from, why they had the advanced technology, why they had the mathematics, why they had the astronomy, the architecture, the ability to grow food in one of the most harshest environments. It's 12 miles long, 2 miles wide in some places. Within the canyon itself, there are over 2,800 archaeological sites that have been recognized. Of those 2,832 have been excavated. Because they cannot be sustained, many of them were reburied to preserve them for later generations. 12 are now restored, and it's those 12 that are telling the story that is opening the door to forbidden territory when it comes to archaeology and civilizations of our past. One of the most notable places in Chaco Canyon is Pueblo Bonito. It is a very unique V-shaped architectural complex, over 900 rooms built into this Pueblo Bonito. Some of them are square, some of them are the circular chambers, the kivas, that play such a significant role in the as those images have been refined and we have a better sense of what they are, lo and behold, there is on the surface of Mars a temple complex that looks precisely like an unexcavated Pueblo Bonito Chaco Canyon, very unique D-shaped structure that we find nowhere else on this planet in the past. It's nothing we find contemporary. The only other place we find an example of the structure is on the surface of Mars. Now, the people of Chaco Canyon, we don't know, as I mentioned, precisely who they are, but we know they had an advanced understanding of physics, astronomy, and mathematics. There's a place in Chaco, a 400-foot tall butte called Lahata Butte. And at the top of Lahata Butte is a mysterious structure that scientists are now calling the North American Stonehenge. Now, you wouldn't necessarily know that to look at it because there are three vertical slabs made of the same material as the native Earth. In the 1970s, it was recognized that on the solstice and on the equinox, the way the sun comes and the light shines through these slabs against a spiral design on the wall back of the slabs. It actually pinpoints precisely the summer solstice and the equinox as well as lunar cycles. And this was something that has never been seen before. It's so rare that scientists were reluctant to even embrace the possibility that it was actually happening. And it was only when laser guided imagery was used to mimic the solstices and the equinoxes, different times of year, science were able to pinpoint precisely that yes, this is what was happening on Lahata Butte.
The whole species tend to transcend into something else sooner or later. This is the process of evolution and natural selection, which some people find very annoying. But I see no mileage in saying evolution doesn't happen. You need species to have the ability to bounce back from assaults. For example, if you have a giant asteroid or comet hit the Earth and make life on Earth extremely fragile and tenuous, you need to be able to bounce back from that. In other words, you need to be able to duck and dive and evolve to adapt to the new situations and keep the project of life going. The whole process of evolution is a process of unfolding. Could we become very different from what we are now? Yes, given enough time, given enough new situations to adapt to and develop with.
Could these new situations have included taking refuge within the inner Earth?
We have biblical texts about this notion of giants in the old days, and certainly after the great floods and the great cataclysmic events that may have sunk Atlantis, we can only speculate to say that there could be a breakaway civilization that went underground at the end of the last cataclysm. And these beings, some of whom could be giants, others could look just like us or some similar human to us, could be living inside the earth.
You get the Mayans kind of disappeared. Like there's speculation maybe it was ascended, maybe it came on to a different existence that we originally came out of. And same with the Tuatha and Danann in Ireland. And there's some gods or fairies or ancestral spirits, but they were originally people. I also see like a lot of legends where people coming out of the sea and coming out of the earth, they explain, they tie into the Atlantis myth where we've come from deeper planes of ontology. A lot of time the underworld does represent a deeper plane of existence.
Hanson Park's research indicates that the underworld can also be linked to creation.
Ancient texts, in Gnostic, Sumerian, even Egyptian texts, the abyss is always linked to the process of creation. So we find this recurrent theme of the abyss, and through the research that I have done, I found out that Enki is the master of the abyss, of the great deep, which also, in some ways, corresponds to the underworld.
Go back to the Mesopotamian creation stories. They talked about gods from the sky possibility, at least within the lore, you don't necessarily exclude skyborn gods from gods that lived underground because people have both ideas that the gods had realms underground, underwater, and in the sky, and they interacted with all of them. So
Indeed, the further back you go in history, the more you are faced with giants, just like prehistoric animals on Earth, for example, the dinosaurs. Roughly, I would say that if Inky is about 6 feet 5 inches, closer to human, On and the other Sumerian gods and goddesses, by the way they were portrayed, I would say are about 11 feet 5 inches, between 10 feet and 11 feet 5 inches, maybe even up to 14 feet.
if some of the Sumerian gods were suggested to be giant in size, how would this relate to myths of an underworld in South America? Sonia Grace uses her alternative research to connect the dots of the underground mythology in Mesopotamia.
When I first spirit traveled to the ziggurat of Ur, I was really amazed because there was a very small structure, like a temple, made out of stone, and the ant people, who I call the saproks, were all over the land. They were everywhere. And one of them came up to me, and these are ginormous ants. These are not, little ants or people that look like they're ants. And they came up to me and they said, "We created this place in the beginning, and this is what we built for the people of Atlantis, so that when Atlantis fell, they had a place to go to. We helped them to safety." And they said, "We want to take you and show you this place." So we went through this little opening and we started going down and down and further into this long tunnel. It went on forever. And then all of a sudden it opened out into this beautiful, huge cavern. There were all kinds of rocks and crystals and stones in the walls. There was a lake and it went on into further caverns. It was enormous. And they said, "This is where we led the people who did survive and got out of Atlantis before it fell." And at the top of the cave were these roots from a big tree that was coming down. And they said that when the people were there, they referred to this place as Eden. It was the place that they had to, it was their refuge that saved them. So they referred to it and called it Eden. And when the world came back and life was happening on the surface again, in the roots of the tree that were coming down from the top of the cave, they could see greenery coming out and growing. So they knew it was okay to come back up to the surface. And when they came back up, they referred to this tree as the tree of life.
If the underworld is not only a place of creation, might it also have been a place to hide? In the Hebrew Bible, the Nephilim were the sons of gods mingling with the daughters of Adam. They were also known as giants and considered to be the fallen ones. Michael Mott's research suggests that they might have retreated underground. Are these the giants described in ancient texts?
Some people say these giants are pre-Adamite, which means they came out of the ground. Some say that they are definitely important human and mortal nature. And this is the thing that has to find in a reflection in some of the lore, because the giants are described as having 6 fingers, 6 toes, the nose with the edge of they have horns. And this ties right in with the ancient description of the Nephilim, for instance, from the and other sources, and even from the Old Testament. So this is sort of that we see again. They fled the cataclysm and fled some of the fear. So they go in here and they claim to be much longer by living here. There's just plenty of water. There are strange areas where there's a lot of high pressure, which will blow out a lot of breathable air. But it's not to say that you would have to have a really advanced level of not just civilization, but technology in order to carve out a space inside the crust of the planet and to have like a sustainable environment there. What became of the gods? I'm not sure that I can give an answer to this question. Maybe that the survivors, ones that could still be alive in our solar system live underground on Earth. There are many reports that these giants inside the Earth, in the Earth, according to my information, is a honeycomb of caverns inside the Earth, and there are many groups living inside. Groups that are non-terrestrial, groups that left the surface of the Earth many millennia ago and just never came back out.
Has any evidence been discovered that can prove the existence of a lost underground civilization? Historians have been debating this for centuries. Perhaps the answer to this question lies deep in the Amazon jungle, 2,500 miles south of Belize. An indigenous tribe known as the Makushi have lived here with little contact from the outside world until the mid-18th century, and yet their mythology is almost identical to beings who protect the hollow earth described by the Mayans.
You have that South American tradition, which is very interesting, of the tribe that said that they were guarding the entrance to the inner earth. And they said it would take maybe a couple of weeks to finally get down far enough where they would meet the inhabitants, and they were just these gigantic people, anywhere between 10 and 11.5 feet tall. So, of course, the common idea is that, oh, this is just a bunch of mythology by primitive people. But what's interesting is they talked about how when they got far enough down, one of the things they saw was basically molten rock. And that's exactly what modern science tells us you should find underneath the earth. And how would a primitive people know that? There are also areas where there's all this lush plants and food, and the people living down there. Can we take that seriously? We're left with this very interesting myth that has a few intriguing elements to it. It's worth a look if we can get down there.
The Lahat Indians of China and also the northern Amazon basin have a very interesting legend concerning the entrance to the inner earth. And according to their legend, there is an entrance to the underworld there. And at one point, they were in charge of security entrance to this location. And according to their legend, they can descend to the world and come into contact with very tall men who were basically giants, 15 feet tall, 12 feet tall. And they had been given this task of guarding this location and the entrance and nothing lives in it.
Traveling for 15 days down into this cavern until they literally put down their torches because there's these inner balls of light that will light you the rest of the way on steps that are 33 inches long, eventually making it into caverns where food was growing, lit by 4 large sun-like discs that they couldn't even stare at. They were so bright. And they described the food as being apples the size of a human head, grapes the size of a human fist, um, interacting with giant beings that they described as being 3 to 4 meters in height. You would catch a giant fish for them and give it to them as a gift. That kind of detail coming from a culture who didn't have the access to libraries, didn't have the access to television, satellite, internet. How is it that they come across or begin to tell stories that are being duplicated in all these other cultures? There has to be some truth to it. Now, whether it's completely hollow inside or whether or not these vast caverns are just there, I believe that they're there. And a lot of people believe that they're inhabited by what we would describe as being alien species, ultra-terrestrial species rather than extraterrestrial species.
Could these strange species be linked to the Sumerian gods? Many of these stories about the lost civilization under the earth from indigenous cultures around the world have strong similarities. Is it possible that these giant creatures were the sages described in ancient Sumerian texts and others? And did these beings bring back humanity after a cataclysm?
In the Sumerian tradition, in the surviving texts that have been passed down to us, there is a very strong and intriguing reference to what are called the 7 antediluvian sages. Go over to India, we have the 7 rishis. So this number keeps on cropping up. Go further away to Easter Island.
discover an ancient tradition that civilization was first brought to Easter Island by 7 initiated men. And how are we to take all of this, and how can we put it into some kind of context? For me, what I think, what I think we're looking at is more evidence that there was a high civilization that we have lost track of. We truly are a species with amnesia, that we have forgotten a very important part of our story. And fragments of that story crop up all around the world. What I think we're looking at is an outreach program reaching out to the hunter-gatherers in what we would call the upper Paleolithic, and beginning to teach certain of them selected skills, giving them the gifts of civilization. But to find this theme again and again and again, the seven sages, the seven wise, teaching the gifts of civilization, I would say we are looking at symbolic allusions towards the outreach of the lost civilization.
But who are these beings we have lost touch with?
I wish we could get into the minds and into the heads of the people who made these signs all over the world in megalithic structures, and they're all concerned with lining themselves up to the rising point of the sun at certain times of the year. They're telling us something about our connection to the cosmos and our place on Earth.
Could Göbekli Tepe, the oldest megalithic structure on the planet, be revealing a code that would connect us not only to this anomaly in the sky, but also to other ancient sites around the world? Translated into English, Göbekli Tepe means pot-bellied hill. In 1994, Klaus Schmidt, an archaeologist from Germany, began digging into this unnatural-looking bluff. A few feet below the surface, he discovered stone ruins. Further investigation revealed that this ancient formation in southern Turkey was 7,000 years older than Stonehenge, throwing into question much of what has been written in the history books. Klaus Schmidt dedicated his life's work to uncovering what might lie below the surface and continued to excavate until he mysteriously died in 2014. 95% of the ruins are still buried, and the true purpose of Göbekli Tepe and its relationship to the galaxy is still an unsolved mystery.
Most archaeologists believe the site is about 13,000 years old. They believe it existed for a couple of thousand years, and then it was deliberately buried. Now, as far as I'm concerned, it could date back much further than that, because there is evidence in Turkey that humans like us existed millions of years ago.
Craig Braden points out that more evidence is being uncovered, pushing back the date of antiquity. Could Göbekli Tepe be even older?
One of the consequences of global warming is that the ice on the poles has receded tremendously, including Antarctica. And the thickness of the ice, as it is reduced, allows greater visibility from Earth-penetrating radar, so we can see what's underneath the ice. One of the surprises is that the satellite images are sitting back now what appear to be large-scale, complex archaeological sites. They're not small hunting villages and pit houses. These look like advanced technological civilizations that you're seeing underneath the ice. So as a scientist, I have to say one of two things happened. Either someone built these complex structures under the ice after it already formed, which is less likely, and the more likely scenario is that the structures existed and then the ice covered them. Right now, civilization today is being pushed back to 13,500 years. The last ice age ended 12,000 years ago. The historic context of civilizations going back 50, 60, 70,000 years along these 5,000 year cycles shows that in mythology, maybe the mythology is based on much more fact than led the past, willing to embrace the past.
If indeed it could be older than mainstream scientists believe, then what could be its purpose?
Göbekli Tepe expose it onto the top of a mountaintop in southeast Turkey, and then multiply it by at least 20 times, and then cover the stones with beautiful carvings of animals, representations of abstract humans, and give them T-shaped tops. That's what the stones have there. This is what Göbekli is. It was constructed at the very end of the last ice age, around 9,500 BC, and was in use for a period of around 1,500 years before it was abandoned about 8,000 BC. What's so interesting is that the oldest and the most accomplished, technologically advanced stone enclosures, that alone gives us evidence of possibly a lost civilization. The fact is that Göbekli Tepe is in northern Mesopotamia, the area around Urfa, Haran, and Göbekli Tepe. This is clearly Cretan civilization. This is where the Anunnaki had their power base.
I am on a trip with geologist Robert Shaw, who had his PhD at Yale University, and we are standing down inside of the excavation of Göbekli Tepe, surrounded by these 19-foot tall limestone pillars, each weighed up to 15 tons. They're in rings, and in that process of standing there and talking about this is the most baffling place. It doesn't feel like anything that humans can understand. Robert Shaw said, I've been staring at these T structures and thinking about the old past. What could this have been built for? And he said, all of these limestone pillars have T tops. He said, it reminds me of tuning forks. He said, Linda, when you stand up at the top of the hill and you realize that Göbekli Tepe was built in a bowl, you're always looking down at the top of these big T pillars unless you climb down into and then you're among them. And he said, what if this whole place was built to resonate with certain frequencies by something above, resonating frequencies on big pillars, putting rings?
When you look at Göbekli Tepe, you see all the constructions of the inscriptions of all the animals that are on these giant pillars. It's always been interesting to me that perhaps what these things were a way of recording a standing wave pattern of a certain kind of life. For instance, a crocodile would exist on a different standing wave pattern than a crane, than an elephant, than a monkey. And perhaps what they were trying to do was, out of a state of preservation, try to preserve these things. They were trying to preserve stones that actually had those frequencies recorded into them.
Could Göbekli Tepe have been an ancient point constructed to communicate with gods in faraway galaxies? Is it possible that Tabby Star could be a signal for humans to pay attention to this gateway?
There is, for example, evidence of very, very clear, very precise astronomy at Göbekli Tepe. It contains, amongst other things, the world's first perfectly north-south aligned building. You can't do that without astronomy. There are alignments to specific star groups at specific moments of the year. It's a highly evolved site.
Shamanic cultures right the way across the Eurasian continent saw the North Celestial Pole as the point of exit from the physical world and the point of entry into the sky world. And it was seen as a hole, quite literally a hole connecting the different universes, the middle world to the upper world. It would seem as if this stone is a signboard showing that journey and the actual course, the route it take to reach the sky world. I believe that one of the indicators to our earliest ancestors of a place of great power was the appearance of mysterious lights. It's known that a lot of strange light phenomena you see in those very mountains where Göbekli Tepe arguably, since the beginning, I think that our ancestors would see these as important signs that here were places where you could establish points of contact, portals, if you like, with the other world, and that by building your monuments here, that link with the stars would be stronger. The downloads of information that create civilization would be stronger. Pillar 43 and collective template is a signboard for the shaman who would be achieving altered states of consciousness within the enclosures and then journeying in an astral form through the upper world.
Perhaps a deeper understanding of the relationship of these ancient monuments to Tabby Star and other galaxies is the key to understanding who built them and why.
You know, I've not examined aerial views of Göbekli Tepe, but the fact that some people, some researchers are equating that with a star map that depicts our relationship would be a perfect match for not only the Egyptian culture, but for what we've discovered in the construction of the pyramids themselves, and the fact that this harmonic relationship exists between this star. And it could very well be that what that cosmology was meant to encapsulate and describe is this idea that our star is interacting harmonically with these other stellar bodies. And it could be that this ancient extraterrestrial race that came to visit here not only understood that, but are following that as a sort of harmonic map around the universe.
If it is indeed true that Göbekli Tepe is a gateway to other galaxies, then perhaps somehow its architects knew a global catastrophe was imminent and buried this ancient technology to protect it.
As the excavations continued, a number of surprising things began to become clear. First off, this pot-bellied hill and this whole site had not been covered up by natural sedimentation. After being in use for about 1,000 years, it was deliberately buried by whoever was involved with it. This was not some invading army who came in and smashed it up. This was a kind of preservation. You must envisage teams of hundreds of people with sort of buckets filled with stone and rubble. They're coming and they're pouring it in on top of the existing stone circle. And they just keep on pouring until every stone circle is covered.
Could the knowledge that has been covered up preserve the mythology from almost every ancient culture?
Göbekli Tepe is kind of it's like a potpourri of cultures. You see a lot of Sumerian influence. There's a lot of Egyptian symbols in Göbekli Tepe as well. There's Hindu influence in there as well, Japanese. And the fact is, this is where you start getting to this grey area. Where does it come from? Was there a world book, a central point where everybody got their ideas from? It seems to me that Göbekli Tepe is almost like a microcosm of so many cultures around the world that supposedly never shared information with each other. And now I begin to realize actually they got around much more than we give credit.
Could the big secret at Göbekli Tepe be the connection of every culture from around the world? And could it have been discovered at the right time to reveal information? There are many who believe uncovering the answers to these questions will transform how we understand ourselves.
I would be lying if I said I knew what was exactly buried at Göbekli Tepe, but I think what you can do is draw a lot of similarities and parallels to some of these other megalithic sites and get some pretty decent scientific insight into what they were trying to accomplish. And what it looks like they were trying to accomplish is the preservation of this scientific knowledge. Maybe at a time when there was just such global upheaval that the only way to preserve it was to
Gobekli Tepe survived until 1990s.
Although Gobekli Tepe's discovery in 1990 was groundbreaking, research has been problematic given the dangerous upheaval in the area and the knowledge that still stays buried. But perhaps the discovery of the Tabby star has become a beacon for knowledge still preserved at Gobekli Tepe, pointing us in a direction to uncover some human truths.
I think it is our responsibility to preserve those records that are being destroyed in this cradle of civilization, in the Tigris Euphrates, in Iraq, in Syria, in Turkey, because they're very intentionally being destroyed in some cases, wipe out the memory of these past civilizations for a number of reasons. Once they're gone forever. And I think it's very sad to see what's happening. And I think it's a wake-up call. We've taken for granted for so long the fact that these records are here, that they exist. We never really considered that they could be destroyed so easily.
When you're reading in a book and you see HOMOSAPIENS, that's Homo sapien. It's my understanding Homo sapien is the word for the large group of standing up primates that have started an evolutionary trail from Lucy in Africa about 2 million years ago. But within Homo sapien, there are a whole bunch of models that have included an Neanderthalensis and now Cro-Magnon Homo sapien sapien.
Andrew Collins has been monitoring the movement of this ancient giant human species and has a different theory.
We can say almost certainly is that because our ancestors interbred with them, that there were hybrids of Denisovans and Homo sapiens that continued their traditions for tens of thousands of years, evolving these ideas and then spreading them into other parts of the Eurasian continent and also into the Americas.
If you go further south to the area around Sumeria, the area around the Black Sea, and to a place where we have some information from, which is the Scythian culture, which a lot of people talk about, they also were supposed to be claimed to be older than the Egyptians, and part of their culture wasn't just humanoid, they were also of the godly culture, and they were also described as being very tall, almost like giants. Again, sometimes with elongated skull, and they're supposed to be wisdom keepers.
Here is what I think happened. Possibly somewhere in the Altai mountains of southern Siberia around 45,000 years ago. At this time, the area was occupied by the Denisovans. Let's assume that they were extremely tall, very well built. You can imagine the biggest Russian wrestlers that you can think of, and they cover them in furs and give them wisdom for 200,000 years. That's what we're talking about here. You can imagine that their race is probably dying out. In other words, their population may not have been so large as it once was, and yet they have this incredible knowledge, this incredible wisdom now. And they get to hear about these new people arriving out of the direction of the setting sun. They're much smaller, they look different, their skin may be slightly different colour, and they know that they're gradually moving eastwards, they're gradually taking over one territory and then the next. They would exploit the resources and just move on. And then one day, these people turn up and there's the first encounter between our own ancestors, Homo sapiens, and the Denisovans. I think if I was a Denisovan at this point, I would be saying, I think time's up and we have to change our ways. And one of the possibilities is that there was a understanding between the new people and the Denisovans that this ancient wisdom, this ancient knowledge would now be carried into the new world through hybrid descendants. In other words, it would breed and it would be through our descendants, our hybrid descendants, that this ancient wisdom would now be disseminated.
Could this be true? The Siberian fossil remains found in
anatomically modern humans is much more complicated. The DNA breakthrough is we now know that our anatomically modern human ancestors interbred with Neanderthals. So we're a mixture of Neanderthals and the creature that became anatomically modern humans. And then adding further complication to the picture, Denisovan DNA is also found in the anatomically modern human genome. Trace elements in some areas, quite large amounts in others.
The Denisovans pass to us various genes which have been important in our own development. For instance, in the Tibetan Plateau, the Sherpas and the indigenous peoples there, their ability to be able to spend long periods in extremely high altitudes comes from a gene which was inherited, we now know, from the Denisovans. There were other genes as well, to do with our appearance, our intellect, our consciousness, were also first developed through this idea of this hybridization. There are many populations around the world that have high levels of Denisovan DNA within their genes. Talking about India, Southeast Asia, Java, Australia, Melanesia, Micronesia, various Native American peoples in Canada, in Mexico, also in the northern part of South America, have all got Denisovan DNA. These are all descendants of the Denisovans.
If Denisovans roamed the earth for thousands of years, crossbreeding with other sapiens, it could explain how traces of their DNA have been found thousands of miles from Siberia in North America.
It is almost certain that the Denisovans and their hybrid descendants ended up coming into the Americas. Indeed, it's now been found that in several different Native American peoples, Denisovan DNA exists, and this proves that they were the giants of legend and that they are responsible for the human skeletons, the oversized human skeletons that are found in mound complexes all over North America.
I think we're just at the beginning of the process of unraveling the mystery of what all of this means. It's almost heretical to say so in context of modern anthropology, but I think we're going to have to revisit the out of Africa model. It may be that the evolution that led to anatomically modern humans didn't take place entirely in Africa. We're looking at actually a very complicated picture that ultimately results in us. No Denisovans live today. No Neanderthals live today. We are the sole survivors of that intermingling of slightly different and sometimes very different looking but genetically close human species.
If DNA is only part of the puzzle, Freddie Silva suggests looking into the mythology of the giants.
I'm very much of the opinion that ancient myth always holds a large kernel of truth. The myths are so concise, so well developed, so beautifully illustrated. Native Americans talk about the giants roaming the face of the earth as easy as they talk about aliens. For them, it's not a big deal. It's like, well, of course they were, just like they were big lizards here at one point, so why not humans as well? I believe you're telling us something, and that one thing they keep telling us over and over again is the fact that the Earth is an experimental waste station, and it goes through cycles, long cycles.
All over the world, we have accounts of human remains being found that are of giant stature. So, are these Denisovans? Well, we don't know. And the reason why we don't know is because all those found in North America have been repatriated as part of the so-called NAPRA law that allowed all of the bones, the millions of them in all of the different museums, to be given back to the First Nations, Native American peoples, and for them to rebury them in their own burial grounds. So we haven't got anything. There isn't any giant bones in North America that we can look at. So I'm afraid to say that we can't analyse them. What we can say is that
Why is it that the Denisovans went extinct and Neanderthalensis went extinct, leaving Cro-Magnon Homo sapien sapien to dominate planet Earth? Was that the objective of an extraterrestrial experiment? So maybe there is an overlap of other intelligences using this planet that is responsible for our confusion today, looking back through time, trying to understand who are we. And maybe this whole huge story about all of these different bloodlines has to do with genetic manipulation of planet Earth has been used like a laboratory, but not by just one. Who knows how many? And that we humans today, trying to understand who we are, and going back and looking at all these civilizations. And remember that I started going out and doing searches, like going to look at the map, where is this in Siberia, and realizing that where this cave is, and where this new brand of human is a place where there have been UFO stories in and around this area in Siberia for a long time. And I started thinking, wow, could this really truly be an example of one of these experiments that is being done by extraterrestrials? And the discovery reinforces this idea. It is a branch of humans that has an antecedent with something completely unknown.
This might explain how Homo sapiens have survived for as long as they have. Perhaps an ancient code has been embedded in our DNA. Andrew Collins suggests that the migration of the Denisovans also points to ancient areas considered as portals.
The earliest hybrid descendants of the Denisovans spread out from a central area, probably southern Siberia, and reached various white points in the planet. And they set them up as markers. They set them up as points of contact, connection with the stars and with the other world, and possibly even what we might call today parallel dimensions. Now, where were these points? Places like Göbekli Tepe, or certainly the area around Göbekli Tepe in southeast Turkey, the area around Giza in Egypt, and other places like Stonehenge in England, certain places in obviously China, India, etc., etc. They become points of communication, points of contact that people would be able to return to again and again and again.
Not only did they build all of these megalithic structures, but they built them in areas that we call vortex zones. These are areas where ley lines on the Earth, with the Earth's natural energy grid, cross one another. In ancient times, they were called dragon lines. Almost every one of these ancient structures is built on top of places where ley lines cross one another. That's important because where they cross one another, you have amazing electromagnetic waves being produced, hugely strong electromagnetic waves. And wherever you have electromagnetic waves that are that strong, you can basically have a tear, a rip in the electromagnetic membrane that separates this dimension from the next. This is something that's accepted in modern day science. The only thing that's separating our dimension that we're sitting here talking in is the electromagnetic membrane. These were creatures who understood that, and they understood that by building these structures right on top of these areas, of which the all-time mountains is one of them, they were able to basically create a tear in that membrane, and you can have momentary interaction between the dimensions.
There's a really interesting thing I came across in my research, because as you know, I research scientists and I research the work of intuitives, the whole spectrum. I'm looking for consistency. I'm looking for where there's validation from both sides. process they have to go through. There are other people who are those who come as masters and as teachers for planet Earth. And those people may be considered to be on the path to the sun. If you look at Sirius as what is considered the sun behind the sun, 20 times brighter, twice as large, this incredibly brilliant star, as the sun behind the sun, it takes on other meanings. One of them is that Sirius is also associated with Isis. So if you start looking at the genuine meaning of what Isis is, you go beyond all of these common identities to something primal, almost primordial, or prima materia, material, nature, mother. You go back to the mother energy, which is the source of physical creation of the entire universe or universes. So if you take that look at it and you look at Sirius as the sun behind the sun, what gives birth to the sun? The mother of the sun. So it would make perfect sense that Isis is associated with Sirius.
The fact that that relationship exists all between two stellar bodies that are 8.7 light years away is an indication to us that that same relationship exists over the entire universe. And because they were responsible for developing our biology, they knew that that same mechanism existed within the human body, that they literally built within us the ability to control our own reality through it. This knowledge became the knowledge of all the ancient mystery schools, the knowledge of how to actually attune yourself to these frequencies in such a way that you can cause change and conformity with will. That's the great secret of magic practices and what the Egyptian priesthood wanted forever to try to preserve, and have largely done so. The knowledge is still alive and well in a lot of different occult priesthoods around the world. But why was this priesthood only preserving this knowledge for themselves? In 1353 BC, a pharaoh in the 18th dynasty named Akhenaten wanted to expose these secrets to his people. He wanted his people to only worship Aten, which was the disk of the sun.
I think he was following a very long tradition, a very long bloodline, and because of that, he also followed a very long spiritual tradition. The priesthood that got not the fact that they were doing a good job here. It's a job creation scheme of dividing a central god into many gods, which allowed the people to worship all kinds of interesting things, but they had a sort of central priesthood. Now that's a great job creation scheme where you have someone inserting himself into the middle of a connection between you and the spiritual godhead. Akhenaten takes over and he says, you know what, I want to hurry speed things a little bit. Why don't we just begin to remove the worship of all these myriads of gods because people don't know what they're worshipping anymore? Let's concentrate on one focal point, which is the art, the center of all creation. And it's not because you forbade people to worship other gods, you didn't do that. What he did was saying, stop doing this. Okay, I want you to focus on the important thing, the central issue, because if you can understand the central concept of the art, from there you will empower yourself to understand the true nature of what the other gods are doing. Okay, and just put it to the drawing board here. And it also means we will give them power to become intermediaries between us and the creative source, but you don't need an intermediary, let's face it. This is why you go into a lot of deep water, why there's a lot of public relations were negatively aimed at him, and why eventually there was a military coup that forced him out of power. He was trying to create monotheism for the sake of focusing on spirituality back where it ought to be, not what it had developed into, which essentially was a corrupt priesthood.
This wasn't the first mention of Aten in Egypt. Thousands of years earlier in the 12th dynasty, the first known reference to Aten the sun disk as a deity is in the story of Sinway. This reference suggests that the deceased king is described as rising as god to the heavens and uniting with the sun disk, the divine body merging with its maker. Could Akhenaten have had passed down knowledge from an older lineage?
When I spirit traveled to the 18th dynasty, my guides took me to the temple where Akhenaten and Nefertiti were, and we stood and listened to a conversation that they had. They were quite misshapen their bodies were not of a normal human shape, and they seemed to be intent in their conversation about how important it was that they change the beliefs of the Egyptian people. Both Akhenaten and Nefertiti
Hello, thank you so much.